Uh, um, I am starting this series because I want to learn how to script and how to make my own games. And I've been playing Roblox since 2014, and I want to make my own type of war games on Roblox. Not quite like Centera. I want to make like medieval games. Like, if you were big Bleeding Blades, I'll make that like an RPG version. If you ever take something like Lionheart's Crusade, I'll make something like that, but not like too RPG like. I'll make something like that in the future. Like no when I learn how to script. So I'm making this as a series. So I can, try to get a following out of it. And so I have a kind of documentation that I can refer back to. So I can know the back clarification on how I keep up to conclusion on something. Yep.
In this video, I'll be teaching you the fundamentals of Roblox scripting. If you've never scripted before or are still new to it, this is the video for you. So to start off, we'll insert a script into server script storage. So the first thing we want to cover is printing. Now, when we open a script, we see the infamous line, print hello world. Now, what does that line of code do? To run the code, basically what you want to do is go to test and run. As you can see, it prints hello world to the output window, which is this tab right down here. So basically, print is a function that outputs whatever you place between the brackets to the output window, and it can print all kinds of data types. A data type is basically a way to classify the different forms in which information can be displayed. So you have your primitive data types like numbers or strings. Strings are basically text like this. Another data type is Boolean values, which are either true or false. And there are also more complex data types like instances, UDOM, and vector3 values, which we'll cover in a later video. With that out of the way, we can move on to properties. So properties are things that objects like parts and GUIs have that can change. So like size, color, position, transparency, just to name a few. And you can find the properties that an object has in the properties window. So if I had a part right here. Alright, so if statements or conditional statements are lines of code that only run if certain conditions are met. So to make things clear, I'll show you what that looks like. You start a conditional statement by typing if, and then your condition, then, and then you press enter. So what this is saying is that if this condition is met, then we'll execute everything inside this block of code. We conclude the if statement by typing the word end at the bottom. So let's say we want to check if the temperature is cold outside. To do that, we'll have a variable here at the beginning, call it temperature. We'll set it equal to 10 degrees. 10 degrees is pretty cold. And in between the if and then, we'll have the condition. So we want to check if, let's say the temperature is less than 20 degrees. If it's less than 20 degrees, it's cold, and we want to print that out. So this comparison operator here, this alligator mouth, opens its mouth to the larger number. So what it's saying is if the temperature is less than 20, then we execute the code that's inside this block. In this case, we're printing out it's cold. So since 10 is less than 20, then it'll execute the code inside this block. So we'll run this, and we see that it's cold is printed to the output window. Now there's a few comparison operators I'd like to talk about. So this one is the less than operator. You can also have the alligator mouth open on the other side. So this is saying if temperature is greater than 20. This double equal sign is if temperature is equal to 20. This operator is saying if temperature is not equal to 20. So if it's anything except 20, then the condition is met and it'll run the code that's inside. Remember, conditional statements only execute the code inside the block if the condition is true. So in this case, since
Serio,
Young little Noober doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's a bit more detailed. What else? Basics, maintaining
Welcome back to my Roblox.
basics. I've learned how to. I've tried to learn how to script in a task, and I've pretty much no kind of give up after a while, and I've tried not to do that. Yeah.
Beginner Scripting Tutorial Guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode, we'll be discussing about data types. So, in the last episode, we were able to create a script for the first time and also add some stuff inside of our script inside of this script editor. But now that we've gotten that taken care of, I want to introduce to you a very fundamental concept in scripting that is basically going to be part of our scripting arsenal, I guess if you want to call it, that we're going to be using throughout the entirety of this tutorial guide, and that is what's called data types. So I want you to imagine this. If we were to, let's say, change some properties inside of one of these parts that I created in the first episode, so I'm going to select this part right here. If we go on the right side, we can see it's highlighted in the Explorer, and it's also showing the properties for this part in the properties window. When we're looking at these properties that are on the left side here, these are the names of the properties that we can modify. And what's shown on the right side is the value of these properties. So when we're working with changing these values, there can be different data types depending on what the property is. So for example, this brick color takes in a color value. So if I select this, and if I were to change the color of this to something different, we're essentially changing the brick color value or the brick color data type for this property. And there's other data types here like cast shadow that has a check mark that shows whether this property is turned on or if this property is turned off. If I click on it, then it's going to be turned off. And there's other ones like transparency, which is a number data type. So if I were to select this, then we can use the slider to basically move this value from 0 to 1 as the max for this property. And if we were to make it go backwards this way, then it's going to make it go back to 0. So as you saw with this transparency property, it slowly makes it more and more invisible as we make it go further down the line. But if we make it go back down here to 0, then we can see this part fully opaque. So now that we understand that, these properties can have multitudes of different data types that we can use when we're changing properties. But not only that, it also applies to our scripts that we're going to be writing inside of Roblox Studio to use different data types. And if every single property was restricted to just one data type, then we simply just wouldn't have a game, because if every single one of these properties were the same data type, then it would give us a lot of restrictions to what we can change and what we cannot change, which is why it's important to understand these different data types and when to use certain data types. So now that we understand that, let's go back to our scripts that we created in the last episode. So what I'm going to do is go to the Explorer and then double click on our script. So now that we're here inside of the script, what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines by hitting enter twice. And now I'm going to introduce to you 3 basic data types that we're going to have to know for the rest of this tutorial guide. And the first one is called a Boolean value. So now that we're here inside of the script, what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines. So I'm going to hit the enter key twice, and I'm going to make another print statement. So I'm going to write in all lowercase, print, just like this, and then have the open parentheses right over here. Now, I'm not going to add in the double quotations just yet, and I'm going to tell you why a little bit later. So right now, we just have the open parentheses, and what we're going to put inside of here is the first data type that I want you to understand, and that is a Boolean. Now, a Boolean is basically a data type that gives one value or the other. So with this data type, there's only 2 possible values that can come out of this data type, which is either true or either false. And one really big example I can give you for this is a check mark when we're changing a property of a specific part. So if I were to select this, and we have the property known as cast shadow. This is a check mark that can either only be one or two values. It can either be turned on, like it can be true, but if we select it, then it can be false or it's off. So that's essentially what the Boolean data type is, and we can show this by typing in all lowercase true. And we can see that Roblox highlighted this in yellow to indicate that this is a Boolean value. And we can do the same thing with the other value. So if we drop a line and then write print, open parentheses, and we write false, then these are Boolean values. So it can either be true or it can either be false. And this is going to be very important later down the line when we're going to be using Boolean values inside of our scripts. So that's the first data type. But the next one I'm going to introduce to you is a number. So I'm going to drop 2 lines down here, write another print statement, have the open parentheses, and I don't think I need to explain what a number is. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. But in terms of the size of the number we can use, it kind of is limitless. Unless your Roblox game literally does crash because of how big these numbers can get, you can basically put down a number that's super small, or you can put down a number that's super big. So in this example, what I'm going to do is put down a number of, let's say, 100, just like this. Then as you can see, this number is yellow, but it's not in bold. So that's how you know that this is a number. Now what I can do is drop another line, make another print statement with the open parentheses, and we can have a negative value as well, indicated by a dash symbol before we add a number to it. So if we add 100, then this is negative 100, while this is positive 100. And both of these are whole numbers. Another thing we can do is have decimal numbers. So if I were to drop a line down here, make another print statement, then what we can put down here is a decimal number indicated by a dot or a period. So what I'm going to say is 100 dot, and then some other number after this, like 50. It's going to be 100.50, which is going to be our decimal number. And so these are some of the ways we can create numbers inside of our scripts that's going to be very important later down the line. And finally, I'm going to introduce to you the last data type. So I'm going to write a print statement down here. So I'm going to say in all lowercase print, and then inside of here, I'm going to show you what the last data type is, and that's called a string. Now, we've actually worked with strings in the past, conveniently in the last episode. It's indicated by this up here in double quotations. Now, a string is basically it's a list of characters or words or sentences or however you want to describe it, all contained inside of one data type, which has 2 quotations. So it's going to have one at the beginning and then one at the end. So this basically shows us that this is a string that comprises of a sentence full of characters and words and all these other sorts of things. So we can create another string down here by having double quotations like this, and then we can write down whatever it is we want inside of these strings. So we can say this is a string, just like this. Now what's interesting about strings is that we can actually represent strings with either double quotations, or we can even have single quotations as well, and they will both be the string data type. So if I were to drop a line down here, well, like this, whatever another sentence shows which had it up here in double quotations. Conveniently in the last episode, strings at the end. So this basically which have it. It's a list of characters or words or sentences or however you want to describe it, all contained inside of one data type, which has 2 quotations. So it's going to have one at the beginning and then one at the end. So this basically shows us that this is a string that comprises of a sentence full of characters and words and all these other sorts of things. So we can create another string down here by having double quotations like this, and then we can write down whatever it is we want inside of these strings. So we can say this is a string, just like this. Now what's interesting about strings is that we can actually represent strings with either double quotations, or we can even have single quotations as well, and they will both be the string data type. So if I were to drop a line down here, make a print statement, open and close parentheses, we can actually put in single quotations just like this, and we can write the same thing. This is a string, period. So this is the string data type right here that we've actually used in the last episode. We just didn't confirm that this is a string data type now that I was able to introduce to you what data types are inside of this episode. So that's the basics of understanding data types, and this is going to be very helpful for us later down the line as we continue to build up our skills in scripting. So for today's learning objective, what I want you to do is experiment more with these data types by either printing more true statements or printing false statements, or even printing more numbers. You can experiment with these numbers because there's a lot you can do with numbers. There's only so many numbers you can print. And I also want you to experiment more with strings if you haven't already, and even with single quotations as well. So once you do that, go down to the comments and paste whatever you feel comfortable sharing so that other people can see what you've been doing in these learning objective challenges. So with that being said, that's going to be it for this episode. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial series. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about data types. So again, this is the next coding fundamental concept that we need to know for scripting to become a better scripter. Now, what we're going to do for this episode is actually create a new script so that we can organize our scripts when we go further down the line with this tutorial guide. Because if we were to go back to the scripts that we've been making throughout this tutorial, it can get very lengthy very fast if we used the same script throughout the entire tutorial guide. So what I'm actually going to do is go back to our game, and I'm going to go to the right side of the workspace, and I'm going to go down to this property here that says enabled. So I'm actually going to uncheck this property so that when the game runs, so if I hit play, then whatever we put inside of the script isn't going to run in the output because it's now disabled, so the script isn't going to fire when we join into the game. And so that is a property that you might find to be useful if you were to have scripts that you don't want to execute when the game runs inside of Studio or just in the game in general. So now what I'm going to do is hit stop, and now we want to create a new script for this episode. And to make this more organized, what I'm going to do is actually rename the script on the right side here. So I'm going to right click on the script, and I'm going to hit this button that says rename, and it's going to highlight the name right here. So what we can do is basically just delete this, and we can insert a new name here. So I'm going to rename this to printing data types, just like this, and I'm going to hit enter. It doesn't matter what you call it, but I'm just going to call it printing data types. And so now we can create a new script. So I'm going to click on the plus sign next to workspace, and I'm going to search up script just like this, and I'm going to insert a regular script just like this. So I'm also going to click on the script, right click it, and I'm going to rename this one to the name of this episode, which is going to be variables. So now that we have that taken care of, I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit so you can see it better. And I'm also going to X out of our previous script inside of the script editor like this. And now we should be at the normal game and also have the variables tab right up here. So now that we have this taken care of, let me introduce to you what a variable is. So a variable is basically a reference to another value. Now that's the simplest explanation I can give. So when we have a name that references a value, then we can use that name that we created that basically acts as the value that we're referencing with the name that we created. Now, it may seem kind of confusing to you at first, but I want to write this inside of our script so that I can help you understand this concept better. So what I'm going to do is select this print statement, and I'm going to delete it since we don't need it. Now, what I want you to do is copy exactly what I type because it may be confusing to you at first. So what I want you to do in all lowercase is type in local. And then what we're going to put here is a random variable name, and it doesn't matter what we call this variable name. So I'm just going to say my variable like this, and I'm going to put in an equal sign, and I'm going to set this equal to a random data type value that we worked with in the last episode. So I'm just going to say that this is 100. Now, looking at this, you might be confused, like what does this all mean? Well, to basically understand what is happening here, we don't need to worry about what this local variable is right now. I'm going to explain this in a future episode. But basically what we have going on here is 3 components that make up this variable. So what's going on over here is this is a name that I came up with, and this variable name can be whatever name we want the variable to be. As long as we can reference it later inside of the script, then it doesn't matter what we call this. And then we have an equal sign here that basically says that we've now created a new variable that is set equal to whatever value is on the right side here, which is going to be 100. So, what's interesting about this is if we drop a line down here and we make a print statement, so we write down print and then have the open parentheses, and we put down our new variable name that we created. So we say my variable like this, then you might expect in the output to print my variable or something similar to that. But no, you might actually be surprised. If we go into the game, hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is actually the number
Oh shit.
100. So if I click on this and refer back to our script that we created, it's printing out my variable. But why did it print 100? It printed 100 because my variable is simply a reference to the number 100 as we specified here when we created this variable. And so this is what I'm talking about when we're having a variable refer to a different data type value like this. And this is really powerful to know. And it's going to be one of the most important concepts to understand when we do create variables that reference other values. Now, why do we need to know this? Well, if we were to hit stop so that we're out of playtest mode, and if I were to go back into the script, I want you to imagine that we have a scenario that if
This year I remember. If oranges, go on. Equally. Right. Just feel anchored. What about astronaut? Yeah. Yeah. It's a day. Expect a day. And uh, then reactions. But I hit F S then. Okay, let's do something simple. Something simple. Let's do follow we said R. Then the anchor it. Actually, we don't anchor it. old instead of gaining that workspace. That term. Something else called permanent. I can never need participants. This is precious culprit. Ah. Mm. Yeah. Okay. Then it's I might do it wrong. Why is it? For that. Different that. And if true, but me. There was it else there. I should thought I'd get back. Stop experimenting and actually watch the tutorial. Just realized if I'm gonna be scripting, should probably move the YouTube tutorial to not cover the script. Yeah, it's pretty smart of me.
If I were to make a print statement to 100, it hit my variable or something similar to that. But no, you might actually be surprised. If we go into the game, hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is actually the number 100. So if I click on this and refer back to our script that we created, it's printing out my variable. But why did it and refer value is on the right side here, which is going to be 100. That is set equal to whatever value is on the right side here, which is going to be 100. So what's interesting about this is if we drop a line down here and we make a print statement, so we write down print and then have the open parentheses, and we put down our new variable name that we created. So we say my variable like this, then you might expect in the output to print my variable or something similar to that. But no, you might actually be surprised. If we go into the game, hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is actually the number 100. So if I click on this and refer back to our script that we created, it's printing out my variable. But why did it print 100? It printed 100 because my variable is simply a reference to the number 100 as we specified here when we created this variable. And so this is what I'm talking about when we're having a variable refer to a different data type value like this. And this is really powerful to know And it's going to be one of the most important concepts to understand when we do create variables that reference other values. Now, why do we need to know this? Well, if we were to hit stop so that we're out of playtest mode, and if I were to go back into the script, I want you to imagine that we have a scenario that if I were to make a print statement like this and then print 5, drop a line down here, and if I were to print 5 again, just like this, and drop a line, and if I were to print 5 once again, just like this, then it's going to be kind of repetitive. And what if we wanted to change all of these values? Then we would have to go back and change the value for each single one of these numbers. But instead, what if we had an easier way to do this? And that would simply just be replacing this data type with a variable that is referencing a value. So all we need to do is change this value, and it's going to change everything else that is going to be inside of this print statement that uses the variable that we just created. So if I were to basically copy this code right here, so if I were to select this and then right click, hit copy, and then if I were to drop a line down here and I were to right click on this and then hit paste, then it's going to paste the same line that we just had that we copied. And I'm going to do the same thing down here by hitting enter and then hitting paste just like this. So I'm also going to delete these lines right here so that it's not going to get in the way of our script. So when we have our variable be like this, we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is 100 being printed 3 different times because it's using the same variable that's referencing this data type of 100. If we hit stop and we go back into our script and then change this one value to, let's say, 50, then we go back into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is 50 being printed every single time. We only had to change this one value to affect all 3 of these print statements rather than having to change each individual print statement to change that one value. That's a very basic way of how I can explain how variables work inside of Studio, and this is going to be very important for us to understand later down the line. Now, there's a certain naming convention that I would like you to use, and that's basically how we write these variables. So usually what I do is what's called camel case, and so I would basically have the first letter of the first word be in lowercase, and then have the first letter of every other word be in uppercase, while the rest of it is just in lowercase. So if I were to extend this even further, I could say my variable is 50, just like this. This is how we would create the variable. Now, as you can see down here, these print statements are throwing an error saying unknown global my variable. And that's because we no longer have a variable that we created called my variable is 50. So what we need to do is update these variables to say my variable is 50. And as you can see, Roblox is recommending us to use this variable right here. So if we want to complete this, rather than type the whole thing out, we can just type in tab and Roblox is going to add this in for us. And we can do the same thing here as well. So if we select this and say is 50, then we can just hit tab and Roblox is going to correct it for us. So is 50, and then just like that is printing. So it doesn't have to have the print statements to print them effectively. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about properties. So properties here of a reminder, within the past few episodes, we've been able to use window here, let's say this one, then it's going to be highlighted on the workspace, and it's also going to show the properties window down here that's going to show all the properties, configurations, and attributes that we can change for this part so that the changes are reflected inside of the game so we can see it for ourselves. For example, if we change the brick color, so if I select this and I pick a random color from this color wheel right here, let's say yellow, then it's going to reflect those changes onto the game, and it's also going to change the value of this property inside of the properties window. So this is something we can do while we are in Studio using this properties panel. But what if I told you we can actually change these properties inside of a script while the game is running? So when we're changing these properties, we can only do them while we are inside of Studio before the game is actually running. But if we're doing this inside of a script, we can change these properties whenever we want to while the game is running. So that's the power of being able to use scripts to change properties within them while the game is running. So now that we understand that, well, actually, first of all, what I'm going to do is undo this change for the brick color that I did, and I'm just going to hit Control Z. So that's basically going to undo my last previous change, and this is a shortcut I use a lot. If you also prefer to, you can go on the top left and click these arrows that redoes your action and also undoes your action. So that's just a little quick thing I wanted to add there before we started scripting. So now let's add our own script. What we're going to do is go on the right side and we're going to click on our variables scripts that we created in the last episode, and we're going to hit disable, or we're going to uncheck the enabled property. And what we're going to do is click the plus sign next to workspace, and we're going to search up a script, and let's insert another script. Just like scroll here and doing above base plate, these shoulders, folder, this traverse or like go through this hierarchy is by separating each object with a period or a dot. And then what we're going to search up after this is the folder that we're looking for. So we're going to say workspace like this. And then if we want to locate even further, what we're going to do is put in a period. And then we're going to look for our base plate, which is inside of the workspace. So we're going to say base plate just like this. So this is how we locate objects within the game. We specify with a period so that we find the object that we're looking for. And then what we're going to do is get a property of base plate that we want to change. So if we were to go back into the game and select the base plate that's inside of the Explorer, we can now select a property that we want to change inside of this base plate. So for instance, let's say we want to change the transparency. What we're going to do is go back to our script and we're going to add another period, and we're going to say transparency like this. And if we want to set this to something different, we're going to say equals and then whatever value we want to have on the right side. So what we're going to put down here is probably a value that's not 0, so we can actually see it. Let's put it at 1. And this is basically how we change a property of an object within the game. So now if we go into the game, hit test and hit play, then what we should see within the game as soon as we join in is the base plate's transparency is now 1. So it looks very clear compared to if we were to go back into Studio, because as soon as we joined into the game, this script fired and it made the changes like we wanted to see within this base plate. So if we hit stop, then what's going to happen is we're just going to see that the base plate is back to normal again, because this change only happens if the game is running. So that is basically how we change one property of the base plate. We can change another one by doing the exact same thing we did before. So if we drop a line and then locate the base plate, so we can say game.workspace.baseplate. And if we wanted to change the material instead, let's say, what we can do is say dot material equals, and then we can and there's a lot of materials we can choose from. If we basically go to this drop down that's over here on the right side and we hit the drop down, then there's a lot of materials we can choose from. We can more readable by adding a variable to change that much inside of here with cast shadow that we made inside of the script. So I'm going to hit stop base plate like this. So I'm going to select each one of these references, and I'm just going to replace it with base plate. And this should basically do the exact same thing. If we load it to the game and then look at the base plate, then yep, the changes have been reflected to our property changes that we made inside of the script. So I'm going to hit stop. And then finally, another data type we can change is, let's say cast shadow, since this is a Boolean type. What we can do is say base plate.cast shadow equals false, because by default it's set to true. Now you can't really see the change that much inside of here with cast shadow, because it would be effective if we were to see it on the bottom, but we're not really going to be seeing the bottom of that. So there's no point in testing it, but this is another thing we can change here. So with that being said, that's basically going to be it for this episode with properties. What I want you to do for today's learning objective is to change more properties with the base plate, or you could use one of your parts that you created in previous episodes to rename the part inside of the Explorer and then make reference to that part so that you can change the properties of that part within the game. And once you do that, I want you to take your code, go down to the comment section of this video, paste it so that other people can see what you've been doing with these challenges, if you're comfortable sharing it, of course. And that is basically going to be it for this episode. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next episode. Take care. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about functions. Now, once again, this is going to be another very fundamental concept in scripting that you will be using a lot inside of your scripts. So with that being said, what we're going to do on the right side first is we're going to disable our properties script that we created in the last episode. So I'm going to select it and then click on disable. And what I'm going to do is hit the plus sign next to workspace, search up a script. So we're going to insert one of these. So what I'm going to do is say local, and then we're going to put in a variable name, and this can be whatever you want, but I'm just going to say my base plate equals.
So, like, I remember the majority of these things. Watching these videos is more of like a refresher. So I'm not really doing anything, but just watching these videos. But I'll be right back. overcame. All that else time for. Exactly.
Game.workspace.baseplate like this, and I'm going to change the transparency property of the baseplate. So I'm going to say my baseplate.transparency equals 1. Now, if I wanted to copy this and paste it 2 more times, then what I'm going to do is select this line, and we can actually copy it by right-clicking and then hitting copy. Now, as a shortcut, what we can do is type in Control, like hold down Control, and then C for cat, and then we drop a line down here, and then we just paste it by pasting 0. And we're on changes to this base, this any much basically what means more, and refine the open and close parentheses just like this. And now we're going to select the right side, so we're going to click on this, and then we're going to hit enter. Now, as you can see, Roblox has automatically added in this end keyword for us, and there's like this little indentation that's going on right over here. So if we type something, then it's going to be indented a little bit so that it'll show that whatever we type inside of here. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is type in transparency. After we make here, so if we type something, clipboard, and I'm going to function 3 lines of code. So what I'm going to do the exact same thing, Z as in zebra, and now we are back here with 3 lines of code. So what I'm going to do is after we make reference to our base plate, what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines down here, and we have to be able to create our function. So the way we do that is by first specifying the keyword local. Now, once again, I will explain this in a future episode, but bear with me as we type out this function. We're going to hit space, and we're going to put in the keyword function in all lowercase so that we know that this is a function that we're creating. And then we can name this function whatever we want this to be. So we can call this, let's say, change transparency like this. And what we need to do is add in the open and close parentheses just like this. And now we're going to select the right side. So we're going to click on this, and then we're going to hit enter. Now, as you can see, Roblox has automatically added in this end keyword for us, and there's like this little indentation that's going on right over here. So if we type something, then it's going to be indented a little bit so that it'll show that whatever we type inside of here is going to be inside of this change transparency function.
Ja, scheiß wird over.
Now, what we can do from here on out is basically take these pieces of code, these 3 lines, and I'm actually going to cut this line of code. So what I'm going to do is hit Control X so that it's saved to our clipboard, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to hit Control V to paste the code inside of this function. So now our 3 lines of code is inside of this change transparency function rather than it being out here. So now this should work pretty much. If we go into the game and hit play, then we should see the change, right? Well, no, that's actually incorrect. We don't see the change to the base plate, and that's because we only created the function, but now we actually need to call this function. So what we need to do is hit stop and go back to our functions script. What we need to do is actually call this change transparency function, and we simply just need to say change transparency open and close parentheses just like this. So basically what we have going on right here, we just simply paste it down here just like this. Now, in order for us to really see this change, what we need to do is change this further, because by default, the base plate's transparency already is 0. So what we can do is basically copy this line. So Control C and then Control V down here. And I'm also going to copy this line. So I'm going to hit Control C and then I'm going to hit Enter and then hit Control V. So now we have these 5 lines of code right here. Let's go into the game, hit play. And now what we should see in the base plate is that it is indeed transparent after going through all of these different lines of code. So now we can basically repeatedly call the same change transparency function by going down here and then hitting change transparency just like this. And it'll basically act the same way as if we were to copy these 5 lines of code, drop 2 lines, and then do it just like this. So this is the equivalent of this over here. And this is a much better way of writing our scripts, and it's definitely going to help us with code organization and optimization for the future when we work on more complicated scripts. So now what I'm going to do is make another function example. So what I'm going to do is basically select everything and then delete it. A shortcut we can use is hitting Control A as an apple, so that we can select everything that's inside of the script, and then we can hit backspace to delete. I'm just going to hit enter to correct to autocomplete this, and I'm going to say B, and then C being repeated 3 different times because we called ABC one time, which is going to go through ABC.
If I'm understanding this, I'm gonna make it so all these by default are invisible. Then I'm gonna make it so that
C and
like the finish each one. Give birds, give stuff. It's that. I could just do game records, script, parent, one. Before I could do local equal to equal he workspace that uh let me phrase of one curves let me two no in God works or whatever in one just mm, in I made 13 5 6 then I kind of think 9 no, I received them. Call, call, equal, 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 sprint, spirit, died, and copying this. Okay, so I it's open. It's I and you are you are well. Right. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then the local function and then the function. But I want him the function. But name revealer. Function for the and that works. Forgot Roblox as AI assistant. Forgot about that. Oh yeah. So transparency to transparency group. But I wanted to make it so like I can press B button and it reveals one of the cards. True, dude. True, do test the. See what the script does. Oh, what is true, though? What? I'm gonna make it so bad. It chooses one of these. It's really first. Click on computer, and they will find a and then if you're alone, it's not work. It's not error. Health. Oops. And what? Oh, transparency should be 0. 1. Should make a variable a number. So I could do equals variable. With I mean, I called a function that didn't work. I mean, it worked. It made all of them, not just the first one. Why not make it so it only makes the first one, which would be this one. So could I do or D in here? Dot what?
Is change this further because quickly copy this line. So Control C and then Control V down here.
That's a good one.
And I'm also going to copy this.
The video doesn't really explain it. And I reference its specific part in a function. Stupid. That's function print value. We're gonna make game this discipline on a way to reference items. Make function. Local source value equal 1 with the sake of only 5. Local function equal test file function start value. Print value num equal map that random if num equal 10 tension for child else. Being more specific. Okay, I should 7. Function that. Second value. This is really needed for functions and chain. Someone cool. Where's that? Well, math that right. If random equal 1, then. Hmm. The next thing is math and returns. Vega explains it there because we're using math at random. I remember messing around with math at random, but I don't remember exactly how I used it. So I think I just watch that tutorial next and then come back to this.
Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode, we'll be talking about 4 things that all link to each other to make this one video. Those being math, parameters, arguments, and return statements. But we're going to go through each of them one by one inside of this episode, and it's going to be one of the more important episodes, so I really want you to pay attention to this episode. So, first thing we're going to start with is learning about math. Now, I'm going to assume that you know like the basics of math with operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, all those sorts of things. If you don't know how to do those things, well, then I don't think you're ready for this video. I'm sorry to tell you that. But I'm going to assume that you do know those things. So if that is the case, then we can go ahead and continue with this tutorial guide. So what we're actually going to do is go to the right side and disable our function script, and we're going to go through the same thing, which is hitting the plus sign in the workspace, searching up for a script. We're going to insert that. And then we're going to rename this script. So right click on it and then rename to math, enter, just like that. Okay, and I'm also going to delete this statement right over here. So I'm going to hit Control A and then delete just like this. So when we're working with math, so in this case, it's going to be basic operations like addition, subtraction, all those other things. We basically take two numbers and then we do the operation that we specify in between those two numbers. And we can do this by having a variable if we want that to be the case. So what we can do is write a variable. So we're going to say local, and we can make this an addition variable. So we can call this just simply addition, but you can name this whatever you want to be. We're going to set this equal to two numbers with whatever operation we decide to use for this statement. So what we can do is put two numbers here. So we can say, let's say 2, and then we're going to say plus. So this is going to be a plus sign indicating addition plus 2, just like this. And if we were to print the statement, so if we were to say print, open and close parentheses, and then we throw in addition over here just like this, and we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is the number 4. So if we click on it, we can see that if we put 2 and then we put a plus sign with another 2, then that's going to be an addition of 2 plus 2, which is equal to 4, and that's going to be set equal to addition, and it's going to print that inside of the output with this addition variable. So I'm going to hit stop, and that is the basics of using math inside of your script. But there are other operations we can use. So if we were to, let's say, use subtraction, then we would replace this plus sign with a minus symbol just like this, which is 2 minus 2. Or we can replace this with the asterisk. So if we hold Shift 8, then this is what the multiplication symbol looks like for 2 times 2, which is 4. Or we can replace this with the division symbol, which is going to be a forward slash. So 2 divided by 2 is equal to 1. And so that's what it would print out inside of the output here. So that's the basics of using math. But this is going to be very helpful for the next two things we're going to be talking about, which is going to be parameters and functions. So what I'm going to do is go back to our game, and I'm actually going to disable our new math script that we just created. And I'm going to re-enable our function script over here. So this is the script we created in the last episode. Now, if you remembered how a function is created, we basically have a local keyword with the function declaration right here, and then the name of the function over here, and then we have open and close parentheses. So what's interesting about these open and close parentheses is that we can add parameters inside of these open and close parentheses so that we can use whatever's contained inside of these parameters in this function to get different results depending on what we use to call this function with. Now, that may sound confusing to you at first, but once we use this in practice, it'll make more sense. So what I'm going to do is delete everything that we've had in the script so far. So I'm just gonna hit backspace just like this, and we're going to create a new function that's going to add two numbers together. So what I'm going to do is say local function, and then we're just going to call this just anything really. We're going to call this addition, open and close parentheses. I'm going to select the right side and then hit enter just like this. And I'm going to go down here and then call the addition function just like this. Addition, open and close parentheses. And now we have our function declaration and also our function call right over down here. So this looks pretty similar to what we worked with in the last function that we created, but this time we're going to add parameters. Now, basically what a parameter is, it's basically a value that we can pass into this function so that we can use this value to make calculations within this function that we're calling. And so the way we separate these values is and the way we create these values is by giving a name for each of these parameters. So if we wanted to add two numbers together, what we can do is basically make the name for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say number one, just like this, but we can really call it whatever we want. We can even say num1 and we can even say n1. But for this example, we're just going to say number one, num. Basically make the name for our first number together. What we can do is basically make the name for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say number one, just like this, but we can really call it whatever we want. We can even say num1 and we can even say n1. But for this example, we're just going to say number one like this. And each value that we add into this is going to be separated by a comma. So I'm going to add a comma, space, and then we're going to add the second number to here. So we're going to say number two, just like this. And so these are our parameters that we can put inside of here so that we can make our addition calculation. So now what we're going to do here is with these two numbers that we have thrown into this addition function for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say down here. So this looks pretty similar to what we worked with in the last function that we created, but this time we're going to add parameters. Now, basically what a parameter is, it's basically a value that we can pass into this function so that we can use this value to make calculations within this function that we're calling. And so the way we separate these values is and the way we create these values is by giving a name for each of these parameters. So if we wanted to add two numbers together, what we can do is basically make the name for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say number one, just like this, but we can really call it whatever we want. We can even say num1 and we can even say n1. But for this example, we're just going to say number one like this. And each value that we add into this is going to be separated by a comma. So I'm going to add a comma, space, and then we're going to add the second number to here. So we're going to say number two, just like this. And so
If
these
you're wondering
are
why I keep going back, it's so that you getting
is
sidetracked
open
doing
and close
something else,
down here.
and I'm
So
not
just like
listening
this.
to what he
And
was
I'm
saying.
going to go down here and then call the addition function just like this. Addition parameter is, it's basically a value that we can pass into this function so that we can use this value to make calculations within this function that we're calling. And so the way we separate these values is and the way we create these values is by giving a name for each of these parameters. So if we wanted to add two numbers together, what we can do is basically make the name for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say number one, just like this, but we can really call it whatever we want. We can even say num1 and we can even say n1. But for this example, we're just going to say number one like this. And each can even just name for our first number parameter. So we can value the parameter, what we worked with in the last close here, and then call the addition function just like this. Addition, open and close parentheses, and now here. So this looks pretty similar to what we worked with in the last function that we created, but this time we're going to add parameters. Now, basically what a parameter is, it's basically a value that we can pass into this function so that we can use this value to make calculations within this function that we're calling. And so the way we separate these values is and the way we create these values is by giving a name for each of these parameters. So if we wanted to add two numbers together, what we can do is basically make the name for our first number parameter. So what we can do is say number one, just like this, but we can really call it whatever we want. We can even say num1 and we can even say n1. But for this example, we're just going to say number one like this. And each value that we add into this is going to be separated by a comma. So I'm going to add a comma, space, and then we're going to add the second number to here. So we're going to say number two, just like this. And so these are our parameters that we can put inside of here so that we can make our addition calculation. So now what we're going to do here is with these two numbers that we have thrown into this addition function, we can create a result of the addition of these two functions. So we're going to say local result, or we can call this whatever we want, equals number one plus number two. You can kind of think of these two numbers as variables for numbers that we pass into here. And so we basically add these two numbers together to get our result. And so we can now print our result variable that we just created, which is the result of these two numbers being added together. So now that we've added parameters, what we need to do is add arguments to this function so that it's basically represented as these two numbers right here. Now, what I'm talking about here is if we go down to the open and close parentheses inside of our function call, we can see that Roblox is telling us that we need to add a number for number one, and we need to add a number for number two. So in this case, we can add two numbers, let's say 5, and we can replace this with a comma, and then Roblox is going to tell us that we need a number 2 as well. So we can put in, let's say 2. So basically, this is an argument, and this is a parameter. The difference between arguments and parameters is that parameters is what we use to basically create our variables inside of our function declaration, and this is how we make our calculations. The arguments is going to be what values we throw into this function for the calculations that we're going to create inside of here. So as a result of this, what we're going to do now is go into the game and hit play. And what we should see in the output is the number 7, because what we did was we took number 1 and number 2, we passed them in as the first argument for number 1, which is 5, and then the second argument for for number 2, which is 2. We add them together and then we print out the result. I hope this part is making sense to you so far. It's a very important concept you need to know about. And this isn't restricted to just numbers. You can literally put in any values you want inside of here. So this could be, let's say, a string, which is gonna be whatever it is, or it could be a Boolean as well. It doesn't really matter what it is, as long as the calculations are accurate, because obviously you can't calculate a string plus a number, and you also can't calculate a Boolean plus a number as well. So you have to make sure that whatever you pass inside of here is accurate to your calculations that you try and make. And I hope this part has made sense to you up until this point. We can even do this multiple times by dropping a line and then calling the addition function again. So we can put in, let's say, 3 as the first number and then 2 as the second number. And we can even add another addition function right here, which is, let's say, 9 for the first number and then 4 for the second number. If we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is different results depending on the numbers that we gave this function. So now this function gives different results based on the arguments that we give it versus giving us the same result every single time we call this function, which is why parameters and arguments are very powerful when it comes to adding these inside of your functions when you make them inside of your scripts. Now, there's one final thing we're going to do before we end off this video, and that's going to be introducing return statements. Now, basically what a return statement is it's a value when it gets calculated, it's going to return that value so that it's going to go back into where we called this function. Now, I don't know if that completely made sense to you, but if I showed you through scripting, then I think you'll be able to understand it better. So what I'm going to do is delete these function calls to make this more simple. And instead of printing this result value, what I'm actually going to do is return this result once we calculate what number 1 plus number 2 is. So I'm going to delete this print statement, and what I'm going to do instead is say return in all lowercase, and then we're going to return this result. So we're going to say result just like this. And so this is our return statement. Now, what does this return statement do? Well, it returns the result of the calculation that we created back to where we called this function. So what we can do is create a variable that is attached to this function call so that we can take that value and then print it ourselves outside of this function. So what we're going to do is say local. We can call this print result just to make this just to differentiate this between this result. And we're going to set this equal to the function itself. So we're going to say addition, open close parentheses, and we can put in whatever two numbers we want inside of here. So we're going to say 8, and then for the this function, we call script calls to make. What I'm actually going to do is return this result once we calculate what number 1 plus number 2 is. So I'm going to delete this print statement, and what I'm going to do instead is say return in all lowercase, and then we're going to return this result. So we're going to say result just like this. And so this is our return statement. Now, what does this return statement do? Well, it returns the result of
And then make it so instead. One Okay, I'm gonna make another function. Equal function. I'll have a awesome. Steering that an AI. Let's do her. Actually, how or like do the what was it? Should probably not make her drag. Whatever. Oh. That's right. So I got something that
the calculation that we created back to where we called this function. So what we can do is create a variable that is attached to this function call so that we can take that value and then print it ourselves outside of this function. So what we're going to do is say local. We can call this print result just to make this just to differentiate this between this result. And we're going to set this equal to the function itself. So we're going to say addition, open close parentheses, and we can put in whatever two numbers we want inside of here. So we're going to say 8, and then for the second number, we're going to say 2, just like this, as we separate these by commas. And this is basically how we get the result. It's by calling this function, and then once we add these two numbers, we return the result. So it's going to go back into here, and that's what print result is going to be set equal to. So now if we go down here and then write our print statement with print results, just like this, if we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is 10, because we did exactly what the script is supposed to do with return statements. So we create a variable on the outside, we set this equal to addition with our two numbers right here. These two numbers are then added, and then we use this return statement to return the result back to the printed, and then to seeing the print results. So it's going to base to inside of here. What we can do is create a variable back to so that it's going to go back. So what I'm going, if I show you, it's going to return that value. Don't know if that completely back when it gets calculated. It's result what number one plus number two is. So I'm going to delete this print statement, and what I'm going to do instead is say return in all lowercase, and then we're going to return this result. So we're going to say result just like this, and so this is our return statement. Now, what does this return statement do? Well, it returns the results of the calculation that we created back to where we called this function. So what we can do is create a variable that is attached to this function call so that we can take that value and then print it ourselves outside of this function. So what we're going to do is say local. We can call this print result just to make this just to differentiate this between this. We can call function. So
Was not listening
calculation
to
that
what
we
you were
created
saying.
back to where we do this. And so this is our return statement. Now, what does this return statement do? Well, it returns the results of the calculation that we created back to where we called this function. So what we can do is create a variable that is attached to this function call so that we can take that value and then print it ourselves outside of the it returns the different result time we call this function, which is why parameters and arguments are very powerful when it comes to adding these inside of your functions when you make them inside of your scripts. Now, there's one final thing we're going to do before we end off this video, and that's going to be introducing return statements. Now, basically what a return statement is it's a value when it gets calculated, it's going to return that value so that it's going to go back into where we called this function. Now, I don't know if that completely made sense to you, but if I showed you through scripting, then I think you'll be able to understand it better. So what I'm going to do is delete these function calls to make this more simple. And instead of printing this result value, what I'm actually going to do is return this result once we calculate what number one plus number two is. So I'm going to delete this print statement, and what I'm going to do instead is say return in all lowercase, and then we're going to return this result. So we're going to say result just like this. And so this is our return statement. Now, what does this return statement do? Well, it returns the results of the calculation that we created back to where we called this function. So what we can do is create a variable that is attached to this function call so that we can take that value and then print it ourselves outside of this function. So what we're going to do is say local. We can call this print result just to make this just to differentiate this between this result. And we're going to set this equal to the function itself. So we're going to say addition, open close parentheses, and we can put in whatever two numbers we want inside of here. So we're going to say 8, and then for the second number, we're going to say 2, just like this, as we separate these by commas. And this is basically how we get the result. It's by calling this function, and then once we add these two numbers, we return the result. So it's going to go back into here, and that's what print result is going to be set equal to. So now if we go down here and then
So if I'm understanding what he said, when you do this, it prints the result of whatever. It prints the result of this and this. and it prints it right here. Like it adds this and this, and it defines what this and this is from whatever you put here, and it prints it down here. But if I do return, I would have to make a function calling the outcome. So I would have to do local outcome result, just to copy its video, add and make equals. I'm not even gonna do what the AI is saying. Equals let's see. And let's see. Let's do 3, 4 plus 2. Sorry, 4, 2. Forgot that. And from my understanding, the only difference between these now I'm gonna have to call it for result at the minute. So the only difference is this is printing it right away, and this one is not. Ah, it's because this one's calling the function. Because if I do let's see, this calls the function. It's what this is doing. I'm just rather calm and kind of explain it to myself. This calling function still minutes definition of head right on there. It's in this is the for paddings. Yeah. Below. Oh, there and so font. I mean, you need to talk to function. So I'm thinking if I do the bike create a harp in the air. If I create a part in the air, I don't make it anchored. Make it somewhat high in the air. And I make a function. Well, function and make it all bar. All bar. And I can script dot way. And let's make it 2 seconds. 0.2 seconds. Now 2 seconds. Strip dot weight selections. I don't even but I forgot how weight was. I do script that way, and then put it after the okay. But game the word spins. Just reference the part. 950 to game the workspace. But I think this new script parent. Kind of like Chiron and Glow. And I rename the park to something else. That bond, however, but hanging beagle true each time. Okay, so this is the function. So I can, so if I just do fall apart, go make the part, I'll call the function. Or I could do return. I've had to make it a variable. Can you put multiple lines of code in a variable? So like, could I do local chat? Turn the outcome. And then I'm beginning. Because this says right here I have to make it
Numbers right
apart,
here.
but if I resume the
So now
video,
we're objective. What I want you to do so that has been one of the more
it
difficult.
says that I
I hope this
can
part has made sense to you so far. And if it has, turn statements inside of
return cops to be used to exit out of a function, which means that it can end the function at whatever line it calls. I should not run. Oh, so if I do that, the rest of that function will not run. Okay, so but like if I want the park to stop falling, and if I just do it, what would happen if I do global node equal string factor? True that but return no, right? Then I put local no pixel. Ah, local no equal alt first. Did that work? And that is overcomplicate things. That's the conjunction. Expected identifier phrase and ah, if I just like that, that um that I think I remember math.random now. To do math.random. Oh, and then lumber. Smart. Minimum. Or 5. Or Wi-Fi. If it's not dread let's say do solace this up red not open sad even I thought random to monitoring if something by one and how does this work? Pico this you come on and call well right for her it's the forces but else 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 if said equal to then right the far doing the that works right right script that way is it not script that way if things that way I know there's wig but I know there's a better version of wig fuck I forgot I test that way? It is task that way, not script that way. Oh my god. Oh, well, favorites. I don't know, you could do that. Brian. Oh, I should current number it because let's go not random yellow. Uh mess up. Could I crank mess up random? Could I enter result? Can you only do that with yeah. And found it. Can you add more than two numbers? Like I do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a random. Or I just do 1, 7. I'll switch to the left. I'll say 3, then return. Print. It will neither fall nor rise, else if. Right. Let's see. Rise of M. Function. Draw. Rank is 2. Okay, what did it right? That's at 3. This doesn't work for some reason. Why doesn't this work? But this does. Let's get rid of this. Let's do 1 in 4. That was bad. Let's see if there was hit else and else if so stay. Yes, there's a 4 here at 3. But I don't get it. So can only do this D specific numbers? No, because it's his still words, but we're not 3. You will neither fall nor rise. You could win that. My friend run. And it got 4. They got 3. So it can get 3. So I'm thinking this is probably how... Maybe this is probably how gacha games work? Math.random. And it's probably how gambling works in Roblox. The guy said too long on this. Let me continue. I just realized for the Sunshins, if you use math.random here, and like do math.random, I do math.random. How does that work? I could do math.random. Set transparency for one of these is 0. But that'll be a ton of else if statements. Else if 1, else if 2, else if 13. Print this, print that. It has to be a faster way to do it. Let me ask ChatGPT. I want to make a split back. This, that. What? And isn't it just for the when I called the function I call function a random heart strength currency gets set to 0. Gets up to 1 to 0. They are all set from 1. Can this part I've got and use math.random. So local ports equal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All the projects of my table. He can do that? So that's how tables work. So instead of all days, we'll do cards equal so das ist halt hier uns. Yeah, I messed up. Local function reveal right up there in the list. Algorithm index, local truth find. Okay, so I'm getting way too ahead of myself. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing.
To do with return statements. So we create a variable on the outside. We set this equal to addition with our. There's a lot of possibilities you can have with this. You can add more parameters. You can make more functions that returns results or doesn't return results. you have a lot of capabilities and leeway for this learning objective. So I hope you make something really great out of this learning objective. And once again, go down to the comments once you're finished and paste in whatever code you made so that other people can see what you've been doing that you're comfortable sharing. So with that being said, that's going to be it for this episode. I will see you in the next episode. Take care. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial series. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about if statements, but we're also going to be talking about else if statements and also else statements, since they all tie to the same concept. So the first thing we're going to do is go on the right side and we're going to disable any previous script we've made in the past couple episodes. So the one that's
I
currently
might
active
skip
is my
this one
function
because,
script, so I'm
as
just
you
going
can
to
see,
disable this. And I'm going to insert
I
a
was
new
playing
script
with
inside the workspace by hitting the plus
if
sign,
and else
searching
if
up a script,
statements.
and inserting a script inside of the workspace. I'm going to conditions is we're going to start with a if keyword in all lowercase. So if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then what we're going to do is hit enter, and then Roblox is going to add an end keyword at the end here to the game and hit play. Then what we should see in the output is nothing being printed because 2 plus 3 does not equal to 4. That's why it basically skipped this line. So it's not going to print out this statement right here. So I'm going to hit stop again. And now that's basically how we have our first branch with if statements, but there's more we can add on top of this. And the next branch I can show you is an else statement. So basically what we're going to do is inside of our block of code we have over here, we're going to drop 2 lines like this. It could be 1 or 2 lines, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to hit backspace so that we have proper indentation right here to line up with the if keyword. So we're going to say else just like this, and then we're going to hit enter. So then what we're going to do is add another print statement like this saying the if statement failed, just like this. So what's going to happen here is it's going to check if 2 plus 3 is equal to 4. And if it's not true, then it's going to go down to this else statement and it's going to print out whatever is inside of this block of code right here. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see is that the if statement failed because we tried checking if 2 plus 3 is equal to 4, which we know is not true. So that is something you can do with the else statement. And once again, some things to keep in mind is you need to have your else keyword line up with the if statement. It can't be over here. And it most certainly cannot be, I don't know, over here or something. It has to line up with the if statement. And you need to have each branch be indented like this for each part of the if statement. So I'm going to hit stop, and that is basically how we add an else statement to it. But now I'm going to show you what an else if statement is. So an else if statement is basically another if statement that gets checked if the first if statement fails. So basically what it's going to look like is we're going to drop 2 lines again here, and I'm going to hit backspace so that we line up with the if and the else accurately. So we're going to say else if, just like this. So this is one word, else if. We're going to say if 2 plus 2 equals to 4. And then we're going to hit enter. And now what we can do here is say print, open and close parentheses, 2 plus 2 does actually equal to 4 here. Just to like differentiate it a little bit. So we first start with our if statement. So 2 plus 3 does not equal to 4. So it's going to skip this. And it's going to go down here to check if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. This is true, so it's going to print this statement, and it's going to skip the else because we know that this is true. So if we go into the game and hit play, then we should see in the output that 2 plus 2 does actually equal to 4 here. So that is our if statement structure that we have going on here that I think you'll find to be extremely useful. Now, we can add more else if statements if we want to here. So if we drop a line and then go down here, we can write another else if here by saying if 1 plus 1 equals to 2, then we can print
why would you
1
use
plus
a
1 does equal
else
to
if
2,
statement
just like this.
instead of
And we're also
just
going to change
a
this to something different so that
if
we can
else
make
statement?
sure that this one passes through correctly. So if we hit play, then what we should see is 1 plus 1 does equal to 2. So if we hit stop and go back to our script, we can see how this logic applies, because we start here, it doesn't work. We then go over here, it doesn't work. And then we go over here, it does work. So then it prints the message and it basically skips the else if nothing works. The only time it would go into the else is if all of these statements did not work. So you can kind of understand the structure going on here. And it's definitely very important to understand if a certain criteria or condition is met, then we're going to execute a specific part of the code and not execute the other parts of the code if we don't need to have that. Now, this is going to be useful for our functions that we've created in previous episodes. So that's actually what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to select everything here. So I'm going to hit Control A and I'm going to hit backspace. So now what we're going to do is create our addition function just like we did in previous episodes by saying local function addition, open and close parentheses, and then we're going to pass in two arguments. So the first argument is going to be number 1, and then we're going to separate this with a comma, and then we're going to have number 2 as our second parameter. So then we're going to hit enter, and then what we're going to do is have our if statement structure inside of this addition function so that we can print stuff depending on what the result is from this. So what we're going to do is write a result variable by saying local result equals number 1 plus number 2, just like this. And then we're going to drop 2 lines down here. And then we're going to make an if statement. So we're going to say if result equals 4. So once again, make sure you're using 2 equal signs, not 1 equal sign, because we're comparing values together rather than assigning variables. So we're going to say then we're going to make a print statement by saying the result is equal to 4. And then we're going to make an else if statement by saying else if result equals to, let's say, 6. Then we're going to make a print statement by saying the result is equal to 6, just like this. And if both of these fail, then we're just going to write an else statement. Once again, make sure that the alignment is correct over here. So we're going to say else, and then we're going to say print none of these results add up. Just like that. And so now we're going to call this addition function down here by saying addition, open and close parentheses. So the first number we're going to add is 2, 2, so it's going to fall under this branch, and then we're going to make another addition function call right here, and then we're going to put 3 and 3 just like this, and then we're going to make another addition function call by saying 4 and 2, so both of these are going to fall under this one, and then we're going to make an addition function call for, I don't know, some big number like 10 and 10. So now what will happen is if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is the result is equal to 4, so it checked 2 and 2, which in this case it is true. Then it's going to check for 3 and 3, which does equate to 6, and then finally 4 and 2, which also equates to 6. So it printed this twice. And then obviously for 10 and 10, that equals to 20, which didn't fall into any of these conditions. So it went into the else statement saying that none of these results added up. So this is how we can add our if statements to our functions, and you can probably think of other ways you can add this inside of your scripts now that we know that we can use conditions to execute code when it meets certain requirements. So I'm just going to hit stop, and that is essentially the end of understanding if statements. One final thing I want to mention here is understanding what happens if we have 2 if statements. So I'm actually going to delete this else and else if statement over here. So I'm just going to select these 2 and then hit backspace and then backspace again. So now let's see what happens if we have another if statement. So if we say if result equals to 4, then we're going to make a print statement by saying basically the same thing over here. So I'm just going to copy what was in here. So I'm going to hit Control C, and then I'm going to select this and then hit Control V just like this. And I'm also going to get rid of these 3 addition function calls right here just to have this one. So now if we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see in the output is the result is equal to 4 being printed out twice. Because if we go inside of our script, then it's first going to check if the result is equal to 4, then it does print this. But then it's going to go down here to check again if the result is equal to 4, then the result is equal to 4. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be this condition specifically. Like, it doesn't have to be the same condition, but it has to be like two different if statements that meet the requirement of whatever this condition is to then execute both of these code blocks. So that is something important to know about when you're using if statements, is that if you have multiple if statements, then it's going to check for each of these if statement blocks. But if you have an if and else structure, then it's only going to fall under one of those code blocks. And I hope that makes sense to you. So that's basically going to be it for this episode. For today's learning objective, you basically have a lot of power with what you want to do with these if statements and also functions and all these other sorts of things. So I want you to definitely experiment with this before you move on to the next episode and see what you can come up with. And once you do that, then I want you to go down to the comment section and paste your code that you feel comfortable sharing to everybody who's watching these tutorial guides as well. And with that being said, that's going to be it for this episode. I will see you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial series.
If I didn't know what I'm doing, I'm trying to see. She just Googled this. Kind of mess with the health. Mm. Nothing that you feel right. I'll make a simple counter. Humanoid.health. Okay. So that means making this script. If I can make this script, that means I'm learning. Learning the scripts. Get following. Routes. Hmm. So first, what I want this script to do is I want one of these moves to I want one of these moves to die or take damage. But since I don't want to make it a chance for them to die or take damage, I just choose one. I'm just to make one of these things die. So I'm gonna do local. Actually, I don't need to. Actually, I do. I will. Local. Unicorn. Equal. And that works this stuff. Midline. Cloning Jimmy. Two equals. Two equal gain. Word space. It's two. Top three. Something. Workspace. No query. Not full. more articulate game. Rep space. Move forward. And I'm gonna do math dot random math dot random 1 and 4. I'm going to do local math dot local x equals for math dot random forward. If x equal 1, then basically that move 1 destroy. Wait, I'm not gonna say. New 1. Week 1. That learn that new 1. That's right. Like that. Right? I want this. And actually, good one. Destroy. Else, else, gonna, let's do 1 and 10. That's ever works. Maybe 1, 2. Yeah, 10. You can destroy. Yes, yes. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I back in house. Can I do else if Rex equal 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then break. I even know you can do that. Well, you can't do that. Then so you can't do it? I see. So, one of those birds. Uh, why does this one? Else, these are on the same line. Then do this. Then this. And this Rex equal. And what's the issue here? Pick the blue function column. What's the issue here? If else print but I get if oh wait no if if and words spelled basically anchor equals true, then then I got then print type else no this word if this oh this and this and that. Why doesn't this work? If Rex equal oh wait else okay I was treating the else statement like it was an else if statement. So if I press run, it didn't destroy them. Oh no, it did. It worked. It just didn't get the number. I didn't make changes. Okay. Okay, it worked. This kind of sensing and shit. It's gonna be a sec. Well, how far you can scoop. Uh, I wish I knew how to set their health to to like maybe 27 or something. Let me Google it. Health insert a NPC's health being a spirit from rants. Or how to set a humanoid's a property represents. So would it be Bolt absorbing into the humanoid that health equals uh 10. And if I run that, it killed the second eye. Okay. Oh, okay. Who's a hope? It's gonna change the scripts. That's gonna keep popping out forever. Okay, I'm gonna disable the script now. But at least I know how else if statements work. Disable this. And the other one. I'm gonna delete that. And what's that other one? I think that's falling. I don't want any care. You just anchor it. Oh, wait. I have a better idea. Junctions. I can do. I can do with the active settings. Go do so it's that parent that fallen for it. Security, I'm sure. It's not make it so it's not anchored. I said I want to make it so that it's anchored, but when the script starts, here I'm gonna anchor it, and then I'm gonna make it sort of a script, apparent, fault part, following chart, the anchored, equal true. Second equal false, equal false. So like, if I were to re-enable it, and no, cause okay, there we go. Why does this keep popping up? Do you need to change the script up thing? Would you like? No. What changes this? What script? This? There's no changes to the script. If I close it, press run, it's not even open. I'd like to fix that shit. It's not even enabled. Okay.
Series. My name is Braldev, and in this episode, we'll be discussing about scoping. Now, this is once again another important concept we need to know about, and before I'm able to explain it to you, what we're going to do is first go inside of one of our scripts that we've already created in past episodes. Instead of creating a new script, we're actually just going to go back to our if statements scripts that we created in the last episode. So I'm just going to double click on this. And what we're going to do is actually delete everything we've had so far with the script. So I'm just going to select everything and then hit backspace to delete everything. And for this episode, we're going to be talking about scoping. Now, in order for me to explain what scoping is and why it's useful, we're first going to write a variable that is set equal to something within the game. So what we're going to do is say local, let's just say my amazing base plate, just like this.
Yeah,
We're going to
instead
set
of
this
doing
equal
that, I'm just
to
looking
the
at
base
script.
plate that's located within the game. So we're going to say game.workspace.baseplate, just like this. And now we have a variable that's attached to the game's base plate. Now, we were also able to write functions as well. So if we were to drop 2 lines down here and write a function, we would say local function, and then we could just say, I don't know, my great function, open and close parentheses, selects the right side and then hit enter, just like this. This is how we created a function, and this is how we created a variable. Now, why am I having you write all these things? Well, the purpose of this episode is to help you understand this keyword right here, local, and what the significance of this keyword entails. Now, for me to be able to explain to you the importance of scoping, let me try and picture a scenario for you. So I want you to imagine that when we're working with our scripts, we have all of these different variables that we want to work with. So if I were to create a new variable down here by saying local, my big number is equal to, let's say, 500,000 or something. I think this is, no, that's 5 million. Okay, 500,000. This is 500,000. So if we were to have this variable like multiple times, like this variable, if we were to just copy it and then go down here and paste it, and we just keep on doing that and then change these variables to be like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have all these different variables that we just created. And now we have access to these variables all throughout the entire script. What if I told you that this actually isn't a very optimized strategy to make variables, especially when you don't need to use these variables throughout the entire script? The reason that this is important is because if this script is allowing us to have access to these variables throughout the entire script, then that leads to unoptimization for like Roblox's backend when it's trying to make a game run very well, but also for security reasons as well. If you don't need to access a variable throughout the entire script, but instead need to access variables in specific parts of the script. So an example I can give is inside of a function. So I'm going to delete these variables that we just created here. And what I'm going to do is create a new variable inside of our function. So within this function, I'm going to say local true statement equals true, just like this. So we have a local variable called true statement, and we set that to true, which is a Boolean data type. So when we drop a line down here and then make a print statement by saying true statement, just like this, then obviously if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is, oh, well, sorry, my bad. We were supposed to call migrate function first, so I'm just going to do that very quickly. Go into the game and hit play. Then what we should see in the output is indeed true because we created a true statement variable that was set equal to true and we printed that. Now, here's the catch here. So if I hit stop and we go inside of our if statement script and I moved this print statement outside of here. So if I were to take this print statement, hit Control X to copy it to clipboard, and if I were to drop 2 lines down here and then paste it, then as you can see, Roblox is throwing an error here. So this says unknown global true statement. Because when we're working with scoping, we have to worry about local variables and we also have to worry about global variables. Global variables are basically what allows us to access variables either within the entirety of a script or a variable that can be accessed outside of the script in other scripts. So that's the importance of understanding how scoping works, because we created this local variable called true statement inside of this function. So this variable can only be accessed within this function and can't be accessed outside of this function. If we tried to access true statement, um, outside of the function, then it's just going to say that Roblox doesn't know any variable called true statement because it's only within the scope of this function. Now, if I were to take this true statement declaration, so if I were to hit Control X and then move it up here, hit Control V, then it's going to say down here that there's no longer an error because we know that true statement is now declared up here. That's not pertained to any specific code block within our script. So that's the importance of understanding scoping. And I highly recommend, for the most part, when you're writing your variables, that you should have this local keyword. So I wouldn't really find any reason for you to make global variables. Like, basically, a global variable is if you took off the local modifier like this, and it would just say true statement is equal to true. I would highly discourage not creating variables just like this because when you use local variables, it only is tied to specific bits of the code that you need to.
I didn't even know you could make global variables. I could do um the red bread equals favorite no, best what's the YouTuber, right? So if I create another script, I can print. Oh wait, I have to. That's what's the YouTuber. Midnight, right? Uh, and now it's global. But like, it's global, not local. Red, red, red. Longitude. I don't know what it's equal true. Afternoon with crank. Nah. Finish. It's fast ride. Nil. Because doesn't know the fact the crank. Okay, I'm pretty.
Access this variable in. And I'm also pretty sure if you try to create a global variable inside of a function, it just doesn't work, especially if it has a local modifier like this. So if I were to say my.
I just got like found to have one script access a variable from another script Roblox. Just not just scripts, but oh, so I would have to insert a module script. Multiple. Not that doing not real. So if I did red bread. And then I did scoping. I did print. What if I did multiple? Ah. Alright. It's and stuff. Then I want to print so I want to define the red thread as the that's let's say you in one sprint and actively get to print in other scripts. How? For the model scripts, can I get ahead of myself again? Okay, I'm gonna just delete this. I got sidetracked again.
New variable equal to 10, then it's not going to work because it says that only a local variable can be created inside of a function. So that's my recommendation to you. So now what we're going to do is add more logic to our function inside of here. So to further add on to what I'm going to show you for scoping, what I'm going to do is create another variable here by saying local result is equal to let's say a nil value. Now, I didn't introduce to you what nil is. It's basically a nothing value. So it's actually a data type that represents a value that doesn't exist. So this is something very quickly I want you to keep in mind here is that this result variable is a value that literally is nothing. So that's how we indicate a nothing value data type. So now what I'm going to do is drop 2 lines and write an if statement by saying if result is equal to nil, which obviously nil is equal to nil, nothing is equal to nothing, then what we're going to do is create another variable. So we're going to say local result 1 equals true, or something as random as this. So result 1 is equal to true. We're going to then print out the result 1 just like this. And then what we're going to do is if this is not nil, which obviously it is nil, but let's imagine it's not nil. So we're going to align our else keyword to be like this. And then we're going to say local result 2. So we're creating another variable. We're going to set this equal to false. And then we're going to print result 2. So here's what's important here that I want you to get at. When we traverse through this function, so result is going to be equal to nil. So we're first checking if result is equal to nothing. Then we're going to go down here and then create a new variable called result1 that can only be accessed within this block, this if statement block. And if result is not equal to nil, then it's going to go down here and create a second result variable that can only be accessed within this scope. So if I were to try and print out, let's say down here, print result 1, then it's going to say that unknown global result 1, because once again, scoping is what's important here to understand. It can only be accessed where it was created, which is this code block inside of the if statement. And result 2 can only be accessed within this code block of where it was created. And so when you're working with scoping, this is something that's really important to understand. And I hope that this has made sense to you and at least gave you a good understanding of how this all worked. One last simple example I can give here is if I were to, let's say, create a new variable, like let's say local my second
Yeah,
variable
this
equals,
didn't
let's say
really
the
need a
string
whole
is going to
video. You
be
could have
I don't know, a
explained
string, like
this
something as random as this. If I were
like
to make a
during
print statement
the other
before we
videos.
created the variable, so if I were to say print let's say my second variable just like this, then it's not going to work because we need to be able to access this second variable after it's been created, because we're trying to access a variable that hasn't even been created yet, which is why, again, scoping is what's important here to understand. And I think these are all of the examples I can give you when it comes to understanding scoping, and I hope you're able to take away the idea and concept and also importance of scoping. So, with that being said, that's going to be it for this episode. For today's learning objective, what I want you to do is try and practice and familiarize yourself with the concept of scoping by creating variables, moving references around, and also just trying to, let's say, make more if statement branches inside of here where you create even more variables. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial series. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about operators. So just like at the start of every single tutorial we've been doing up until this point, we're going to click on our script that we created in the previous episode, we're going to disable it, and then we're going to insert a script inside of the workspace by searching up script like this, inserting it, and then we're going to right click and rename this to the name of the episode, which is going to be operators like this, and then we're going to hit enter. And then we're also going to delete our code here. So now I can introduce to you what operators are. So in the last episode, we were introduced to if statements, which basically allowed us to check for a specific condition that needed to be met before we executed specific parts of our script. So an example of this is if we were to write if, let's say true, then we're going to hit enter, and then we're going to write a print statement here saying this statement is true, just like this. And if we were to run this inside of Studio, obviously it's going to print. So if we go to the game and hit play, then it's going to say this statement is true, because what we did was for this condition, we literally gave a Boolean condition of true. So this automatically makes it a true statement. So that's the basics of using if statements. But now for the purpose of this episode, I'm going to be introducing to you a bunch of operators that can add more complexity to our conditionals so that we can have very precise and effective comparisons that doesn't just restrict to one condition here. We can have multiple conditions, and we can even compare different things depending on what the operator we're using is. So basically, there's two types of operators that I'm going to be introducing to you, and the first one is going to be logical operators. So logical operators is what allows us to add more conditionals to the same if statement that we have over here. So instead of just having one conditional, we can have more than one conditional to see if more than one condition is met before we go inside of this if statement and print out whatever's inside of here. So the first logical operator that I'm going to be showing you is the operator called and. And basically what we're going to do is on the right side of true, we're going to hit space, and then we're going to write in all lowercase and then we can now put in a second conditional on the right side of this and statement. So we're going to say, let's say false in all lowercase. So this statement compares true and it also compares false. And in order for this statement to be valid for this conditional to be met, both the left conditional and the right conditional needs to be true. And in this case, because the left side is true, but the
How could
right side
I
is not
compare
true,
this?
that means this statement actually isn't going to run because this
Hmm.
conditional was invalid. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see is nothing inside of the output, because we told this if statement that both the left and the right side needs to be true in order for this statement to be valid, based on this and logical operator. So if we hit stop, then I'm going to go back to our script and I'm going to be showing you another logical operator called OR.
This is
So
kind of
all we're going
scripts.
to do is replace this AND keyword with OR, just like this. And basically what OR does is it checks if one of these conditions is true. So because this statement is true, it's automatically going to go down to this print statement without even checking whether this right side is true or not, because for OR, all we need is just one of these statements to be true so that we can move on to whatever the code is inside this if statement. So that is how we use and that is how we use or. Now, if I were to make these inside of a different example with using numbers, then I'm just going to delete this. And let's say if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, and if, let's say on the right side, we can say if 5 plus 5 is equal to 10. So this left side returns true because 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. And this right side is going to return true because 5 plus 5 is equal to 10. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is this statement is true. And if we hit stop and go back to our script, and if let's say we were to change this statement on the right side to be if 5 plus 6 is equal to 10, so in this case, this is not going to be true anymore. If we go into the game and hit play, then it's not going to print anything inside of the output. Now, if we were to stop and go back to our script and change this.
Okay, so I'm thinking I'm gonna make it so that if this noob and this noob are alive, then this noob and this noob will drop their health by 12%. How do you reference percentages in Roblox? I will learn that later. So, I'm thinking, I don't want to name these guys noobs, so I'm gonna, for these, I'm gonna rename them to Bob. So rename. So Bob 1, rename. Oh wait. Let's do Bob 2, F2, F2, F3, Bob 3, Bob 2, F2, F2, Bob 4, and this guy. Then I'm reading him. So Bob 5. So Bob 1, Bob 2, Bob 3, Bob 4, and Bob 5. So I'm going to do local Bob E1 equal script parent Bob 1. Why does this work? Oh, what you call script parent local v2 local v3 local v4 local v5 then equals the AI would make this easier, but I'm not gonna learn if I take shortcuts. Take shortcuts when I'm good at this. When I'm decent at this. Up two, up three, up four, up five. So then I'm gonna do work math that random one is let's do 1 in 8. 1 in 8 chance. Let's make it so if ah, vocal kakarot equal math random 1 and 1 in 8. If kakarot equal 1, then uh stop it. Stop. If kakarot equal 1, then no. Yeah, it's gonna be so annoying. Can I just to say this real quick? If kakarot equal 1, then 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 D1 dot humanoid got health dot equal 21. Else if that's kakarot 2, then do I B2 actually to make this easier because I'm pick line for the under one. B2 dot humanoid at health equal 20 on these. And let's do the for the humanoid dot health equal 19. Fred burst through look devastating damage. Also, let's copy this. This is here. What's wrong with this? Oh. Let's do. It's only 5. So 3. And 5. And let's get creative. Let's do 45, 60. Let me change that to second group for moderate damage. Let's change it to a 1 in 3 chance. Okay. Then I also wanted to do. Can I do an end statement afterwards? Okay. I don't know if I can. Else, no. Else rent new kind of been there, and I want an instance. Forgot an instance something. Instance. Inference. You get its part. I know you get its part. I sent. I'll protect you. Oh, sure not. Instance. Birch. So, do you know what? I go. Can I? What if I just did it? Opal. Correctly. Equal. Equal. Instance. Bar. The name. Okay. Okay, that name equal uh track. Is that right? Well, and can't be the target. Figure out how to script the instance part. It errors out anyway. Print. If I've got two if segments in month end. If if capital equals 1, and uh blame being drawn only tag wrong that doing list of expense Dave equal do I have to take that out and this I run that. Oh yeah, I broke after that. Mm, yeah, it's fine. If anything, there's a chance. Ah shoot, now Second group took quite a damage. Yeah, right, so. Run. You've been spared. 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 I've been spared. Okay. Wait, so if you go to space here, it just doesn't work. It's crazy. I didn't know that. Oh, I was supposed to do an and statement. I could add an and statement. I could do this Kakarot equals 1, and, uh, mm, this. It's a product pair, and I can grab its position. I can grab its size. And, I'm rename it to block, and let me reference it, the global top equals script dot parent dot block and hawk dot position equals just say your reference position, right? Dot position dot x equals it's x xyz equal 4. Then let me just add right here. Else if and then I think if else if Fuck the position x 4. That's not equal 4. Equal false. Oh, it can't be equal false because it's checking. Then oh wait, can I just do 4? Okay. Else if popped up position after equal 4 equal false, then for I'll see. I will get what how to fix this thing. If puck the position that the x coordinate equal 4, and I want to check if it that if it's 4 and if it's on 4, then I want to print that. That's wrong here. What is it? Now let me try getting out this. Alright, else if it's a look that position that x equal 4 equal false uh equal false. Then bro, what? Oh no, get rid of that. If click the position equals 4, to check if it equals 4, and then check again if it equals false, if it's false, or if it's true. Else if did you forget to close then? Did I forget to close then? And I'm sure you're right, I can see the hills. Do Kakarot the... Ah, shit. I'll give Kakarot that... if Kakarot equal line, then... No. No. Then P1 that hit it. Not transparency equals... R. Right, there was working sign that's floor until I added this part. I get rid of it, it works fine. I add it breaks. Help me make that make sense. Is it because and then if I that doesn't make any sense. What? Seriously. And it's the error. And ignore that but D1 D1 is bad. Head. You can change transparency. Uh, yeah, transparency. Align. They also and now this breaks. Well, because I added this. Let me try just getting rid of this. Everything's back to how it should be. Basis here. On. On. Okay, so else if Know what? Right. You've been spared. You've been spared. You've been spared. You haven't been spared, though. It hit one, though. It hit one. That's the curve. The exponent is not 4. First is a position. And position 0, 0, 0 now. Okay. Where's the script? I change it to 0. Should work fine as it is. Alright. Hidden spare. Hidden spare. I brought the script. Alright, let me do NV1. The humans already that health. Living stuff health. Human other that health equals 21. Right? How is this right? NV1 the human living no. Oh. I should just make these all noobs. So I rename this to what 3. And this and this go to this. So Bob 1, Bob 2, Bob 3, Bob 4. You will be Bob 5. It's fair. You can spare. Spare. Okay, let me just make it 1 and 2. Okay. Let me change this. Is this anchored? And cup dot and collide equals. Let's insert equals true. Now run. Because that's a stupid position. For the last thing before I move on, I'm gonna do. Oh, I just can't figure out that uh people two. That will be the one. Then the the uh, and collide equal votes. Okay, that works. Okay, back to video.
Keyword to or instead of and, then only one of these statements need to be true. So if you go back into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is this statement is true because 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, and that's all we need to know about. Now, there's one more logical operator that I want you to know about, and that is called not. And we actually don't put that in between two different statements, but instead we're going to put this before one conditional statement. So what this is going to look like is we're going to delete this code that's over here. And what I'm going to do is say if not, like this, and then we're going to put a conditional after this one. So we're going to say if not true, then print whatever's down here. Now, basically, what not does is it gives us the opposite of whatever this conditional statement is over here. So this true statement is actually going to return false because the not keyword gives us the opposite of true, which is going to be false. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is nothing being printed because this actually printed false instead of true. Now, if we hit stop and then go to our script and then change this to false, then it's going to return the opposite of false, which is going to be true. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see is this statement is true. And now if we were to hit stop and make this into a numerical example, so I'm just going to delete this. And what we're going to do is say if not 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, then we're going to print the statement. Now, obviously, this statement is true, but because we have the not before it, it's actually going to return false. Now, the thing that you have to be careful about with this is we actually have to put in parentheses inside of our Boolean expression. So let me show you what happens if we actually don't do this, so I'm going to go into the script and hit play, it's going to show in the output that it attempted to perform an arithmetic on Boolean and number. And the reason it did this was, so if we hit stop and go to our script, it did this because it's reading this by saying if not 2. You can't compare not with a number. So what we need to do is insert parentheses like this so that we know that we're trying to compare this statement specifically. So 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. That's going to return true, but the not is tied in front of it, so it's actually going to return false. So if we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see is this statement not returning false. So that is basically logical operators inside of Roblox Studio, and that is something important that we need to know about for our conditionals. Now, the next set of operators I'm going to teach you is what's called relational operators. And this has to do with the way we've been comparing conditional numbers. And this has to do with the way we've been comparing equations inside of our conditionals. So I'm just going to delete everything we've had in this code up until this point. And what I'm going to do is say if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, just like this. So relational operators fall into what we've been doing with this comparison inside of here. So if 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, which it is, then it's going to return true. This is one relational operator, which is the equals relational operator. But there's actually multiple different ways we can compare this relational operator that isn't just restricted to the equals. And there's actually 6 relational types that I'm going to be showing you one by one. So the first one is the equal sign, and the next one I'm going to show you is the opposite of that, which is going to be not equals. And so basically what we're going to do is is replace this first equal sign. So we're going to hit backspace on this, and we're going to replace this with a squiggly line that looks like this. So I'm going to hold shift and then I'm going to hit the squiggly line. Now for me, it's located on the top left of my keyboard. So I hope you're able to see it. But when you do make this squiggly line before the equal sign, this represents not equals. So if 2 plus 2 is not equal to 4, then it's going to print this statement over here. Now, this used to be true, but now this is actually going to return false because it's trying to say if 4 is not equal to 4, which is not true. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is nothing because so if 2 plus 2 is not equal to 4, then it's going to print this statement over here. Now, this used to be true, but now this is actually going to return false because it's trying to say if 4 is not equal to 4, which is not true. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is nothing because we're trying to say if 4 is not equal to 4, which is not true. I hope this part is making sense to you so far. So now there's two more operators that I want to show you. So I'm actually going to delete these two lines right here. And what I'm going to do is say if 2 plus 2 is greater than 4. So greater than is indicated by this right arrow over here. And basically what this means is if this number on the left side is greater than this number on the right side, then it's going to return a true statement. Now, obviously, this is not going to return true. So if we add, let's say 2 plus 3 is equal to 4, so 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, then it's going to be greater than 4. So this is going to be a true statement. So if we go into the game, hit play, then what we should see is this statement is indeed true. So I'm going to hit stop, and then we're going to go back to our operator. And we can basically do the opposite by saying if 2 plus 3 is less than, so if we put in a left arrow symbol before whatever's going to be on the right side, then this is going to compare if this is less than what's on the right side, which obviously in this case, 5 is not less than 4, so this is not going to be true. So if we go into the game and hit play, then we should not see anything be printed in the output. So I'm going to hit stop once again, go back to our script, and now there's 2 more relational operators I want to show you. So we learned about greater than, and we also learned about less than. But now we're going to say if this is greater than or equal to. So basically what this means is if this statement on the left side is greater than this statement on the right side, or if it's equal to whatever's on the right side, then it's going to make the statement true. So if I say 2 plus 2 is greater than or equal to 4, 2 plus 2 is not greater than 4, but it is equal to 4. So this statement is going to be true. And we can do the same thing for the less than symbol as well by replacing this greater than symbol with the less than symbol, just like this. And this is going to compare if the left side is less than or equal to whatever's on the right side. Now, I do want you to be careful because a lot of people get this mixed up where they have the equal sign on the left side before the operator on the right side. So you can't say equals greater than this like it's some rocket symbol right here, or equals greater than this like it's some rocket symbol right here, or less than like this. You have to make sure that the operator is on the left side of the equal sign when you are comparing greater than or equal to or less than or equal to. So that is the basics of using relational operators and logical operators inside of your scripts. And if there was some parts of the script that and if there were some parts of this video that confused you, then I encourage you to re-watch certain parts of this video so that you can nail this down inside of your head so that you can understand how adding operators inside of your conditionals work inside of your scripts. So with that being said, for today's learning objective, what I want you to do is continue experimenting with adding more conditional statements by adding more operators inside of your conditional statements by, I don't know, adding another and statement with 5 plus 10 is equal to, I don't know, 15. And you can just continue. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode we'll be discussing about loops. Once again, another very fundamental concept in scripting, but also programming in general that you will need to know not only for game development, but also for whatever programming endeavor you will have, anything past that. So, as usual, what we're going to do is go on the right side and we're going to disable our previous scripts that we created in the last episode. We're going to disable it and then create a new script inside of the workspace, just like this. And we're going to rename this to the name of the episode, which is loops, and then we're going to hit enter. I'm going to delete this. And first thing I would like to do is try and paint a scenario for you where we would want to repeatedly execute the same pieces of code over and over and over again. If we were to, let's say, have 3 print statements by saying print, let's say, statement 1, and then we were to make another print statement down here, so we're going to write another print statement with statement 2, and then we can do another print statement by saying statement 3. So we have these 3 print statements right here, but if we were to copy this and then go down here and then paste this, and then if we were to just do this over and over again, so I'm just going to hit Control V to basically just paste everything inside of here repeatedly over and over and over and over and over and over again, then this is not a really great approach to print all of these statements all at the same time. Like these 3 specific lines of code for each block, this is not really the best way to go about this. Because as you can see, this already took 43 lines for, what is it, like 8 or 9 different blocks of print statements that we're trying to print here. So that's why this isn't the most effective way to do it. But there is an alternative that works a lot better than what we're doing right here, and that is called using a loop. So what I'm going to do is select everything that we've created here. So I'm going to hit Control A, and then I'm going to hit backspace. So let me introduce to you what a loop is. A loop is basically what allows us to go through a specific block of code for either a specific number of times or an indefinite number of times, until a certain condition is met, so that we can stop this loop and we can stop going through the same lines of code over and over again. Let me show you what this will look like in a practical example. We first need to understand the structure of what a loop looks like. And the first thing we're going to do is write a for loop. Now, a for loop is basically what allows us to loop through specific blocks of code over and over again, until we hit a certain criteria and we know how many times we want to execute this block of code. So what we're going to do is write the for keyword just like this, and we need to write a counter variable. So this can be whatever name we want it to be for the counter variable. We could just call this my counter just like this. And then what we need to do is set this equal to a initial value. So this is going to take in three numbers. The first one is going to be the starting value, and this can be whatever starting value you want. I'm just going to say 1, for example, and then we're going to separate this with a comma, and then we need to put down an end value. So when is this loop going to stop? I'm going to say 5 for this example, and then I'm going to write one more comma here, and then we're going to put down how much is this counter going to increment by whenever we reach the bottom of the for loop. So this is going to be, let's say 1 for this case. And then what we're going to do is, instead of writing then, we're going to actually write the keyword do just like this. And then we're going to hit enter. And then what we're going to be putting down inside of here is our statements that we had in the previous example that I just showed you. So it was print statement 1, and then we just copied this, pasted it down here 2 times, and then we had statement 2 and then statement 3 just like this. So basically what we're doing is we're starting at whatever this counter value starts at, which is going to be 1. And then once we go down this loop for the first iteration, it's going to print statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3. And then it's going to go back up here to increment the value by whatever this incremental number is, which is going to be 2. So now we are on the second iteration. It's going to print 1, print 2, print 3, and then it's going to go back up again and then increment this counter variable to 3, go back down 1, 2, 3, and then it's going to increment to 4, 1, 2, 3, and then finally it's going to go to its 5th iteration, 1, 2, 3, and then it's going to stop. So if we go into the game and hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is statement 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these statements printed out 5 times because we started at 1 and then we reached the last value of 5. And so once we won and
I understand at all.
just like this and over again, repeat again, certain condition is met so that we can stop this loop and we can stop going through the same lines of code over and over again. Let me show you what this will look like in a practical example. We first need to understand the structure of what a loop looks like. And the first thing we're going to do is write a for loop. Now, a for loop is basically what allows us to loop through specific blocks of code over and over again until we hit a certain criteria and we know how many times we want to execute this block of code. So what we're going to do is write the for keyword just like this, and we need to write a counter variable. So this can be whatever name we want it to be for the counter variable. We could just call this my counter just like this. And then what we need to do is set this equal to a initial value. So this is going to take in 3 numbers. The first one is going to be the starting value, and this can be whatever starting value you want. I'm just going to say 1, for example, and then we're going to separate this with a comma, and then we need to put down an end value. So when is this loop going to stop? I'm going to say 5 for this example, and then I'm going to write one more comma here, and then we're going to put down how much is this counter going to increment by whenever we reach the bottom of the for loop. So this is going to be, let's say 1 for this case. And then what we're going to do is, instead of writing then, we're going to actually write the keyword do just like this. And then we're going to hit enter. And then what we're going to be putting down inside of here is our statements that we had in the previous example that I just showed you. So it was print statement 1, and then we just copied this, pasted it down here 2 times, and then we had statement 2 and then statement 3 just like this. So basically what we're doing is we're starting at whatever this counter value starts at, which is going to be 1. And then once we go down this loop for the first iteration, it's going to print statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3. And then it's going to go back up here to increment the value by whatever this incremental number is, which is going to be 2. So now we are on the second iteration. It's going to print 1, print 2, print 3, and then it's going to go back up again and then increment this counter variable to 3, go back down 1, 2, 3, and then it's going to increment to 4, 1, 2, 3, and then finally it's going to go to its fifth iteration, 1, 2, 3, and then it's going to stop. So if we go into the game and hit test and hit play, then what we should see in the output is statement 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these statements printed out 5 times because we started at 1 and then we reached the last value of 5. And so once we've done that, it basically printed these 3 statements here 5 times. So the equivalence of this would be printing this out once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, then 5 times. This loop is the equivalence of doing this, and it's a much better way of going about this. And it's a very important fundamental concept for you to know about when we want to repeatedly run the same commands over and over and over again until a certain condition is met. So that is how we use a for loop. But there's actually another loop that is also important to know about, and this is called a while loop. Now, a while loop is basically used if we don't know how many times exactly we want to run this loop, but we do know that a certain condition needs to be met so that we can stop this while loop. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop 2 lines, and what I'm going to do is this structure for a while loop is different. So what we need to do is first specify our counter variables separately. So we're going to create a variable using the local keyword. So we're going to say local, let's say my while counter, just like this. And we're going to set this equal to, let's say 1. So basically the starting value right here. And then what we're going to do is write down our while loop by saying while, and then we have to write a condition here. So we can say that this condition is my while counter is, let's say, less than or equal to 5, just like this. And then what we're going to do is say do again at the end of this declaration. So we're going to hit enter. And then what we're going to do is basically write down our print statements that we had in the previous example and then paste it down here. Now, here is something you need to be extremely careful about, and that is incrementing this value every single time that we go through this iteration. Because as you saw with this previous example, all we needed to do was basically write down our print statements, and then the for loop would automatically increment the value by 1 because we specified it here in the declaration. But down here, if we were to execute this while loop, then my while counter still remains at 1 because we never updated this value once we reached the bottom. So if we started at 1 and then we went down here to print statement 1, statement 2, and then statement 3, it's still going to remain as 1 and it's never going to reach this criteria, so that it's going to result in an indefinite while loop, and that's going to be really bad because it's actually going to crash your game if you attempt to do this. So I recommend not doing this. It's something that people get tripped up about all the time. So you just need to remember that if you're making
I'm thinking I can do Goal, Ferrari, Piccolos. That's not because I like getting that version. Line 3, viral, Ferrari, equal, reading, do, act, doing stuff. If Ferrari doesn't equal to, then right. I it's wrong. What that didn't do anything. Math at random equal 2. So it's supposed to run math at random and print. Oh, it's supposed to print stuff. And let's make it wait. Let's remove the wait and see if it does anything. Oh no. Oh no. It appears I've crashed my Roblox. Oh, that's a bad idea. Well, I should have listened to Brawl Dev, and kept the wait. 1 second, 1 second. Did I crash my computer? Okay, so it ran. Uh, forward it ran nearly 5,000 times before it fixed itself. Let me just check. Okay, you guys can see it. So because I didn't put a weight on it, it ran 5,000 times at once before it fixed itself. Uh, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put task dot wait 2 seconds. And I'm gonna add in a else if I'm just wondering why this doesn't work. Because if it doesn't equal 2, I want this to run. I want to remove that end. Let me try running it again. Can I use an else statement without an if statement? What if I just have that and move it over here? Move that back. Then I increase the chance to 1 in 10. Did I break the script? I might have broken the script. I'm pretty sure I broke the script. Let me try it something. Else print view Chrome because I'm stupid. Which ironically, if this runs, if it works, I didn't break the script. I broke the script. I don't get it. This works. Because this is supposed to mean, like, if it's not 10, then it's supposed to print this. Because it's not 10, so it's not printing this. Do I have to call for? Because if I just remove this and run it, nothing happens. What the fuck? Yeah, wait. Come on, it's 1 in 3. How is it not? Uh, 4, 3, or 1. Doing stuff. Doing stuff. I'm doing stuff. I have the rep. See, now it's working. But why was it working before? What if I get rid of these? Wait, what I think is happening is the thing is only firing. I think I made it so it's only firing uh when this thing lands onto. So I need to make it so that the loop is always going. So I need to change this to something else. Because the loop is only going if this thing lands on two. I just realized that. So what can I change it to? While a Ferrari to what? Hmm. I can just do while Bob 5 is in work. While Bob 5 is in workplace. So I could do while hopeful Bob 5 script dot parent dot Bob 5. I can do Bob 5 like a function. No, I could do overrect x equal shut up. Bob 5 humanoid. Humanoid. Why is it not working? It's wrong. It's wrong here. It's not referencing correctly. Alright. Oh, Bob 5, script, that parent, Bob 5. And I do Bob 5. This is wrong somehow. Oh, forgot the equal sign. Equal Bob 5, equal the humanoid, dot health. Oh, wait, now. This needs to be math dot random. Let's do 1 in 15. So, let's do while Bex equals doesn't equal let's say it doesn't equal 4, 7, or 3, or 6. Do why doesn't this work? I thought you could do multiple numbers. Oh, I had to separate it with or. 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 Uh. Parent. It's like. Uh. Now, and now I get to if Bob 5 dot if Bob 5 dot parent dot if parent if game dot workplace Bob 5 equal true. No. If he and true. Oh, yeah. Just gonna get some. Just kidding. Yeah. I am doing stuff. Not stuff. And Brad. Oh my god, I forgot to do a wait. I forgot to ask that wait. I'll have to wait till this thing, till it reaches a thing. That is so annoying. I'm curious to see how many times the script has gotta run before it lets me ask my computer back. Come on now. I still don't have access to my computer. No. Okay. 4,000 times. Stopping that. Gonna go here. The test hot. Wait. Let's add a 1 second. Wait. 2 second wait. Uh. Need to add if. fx equals 4 more or 7 or 6. And get ready to end there. Then pop, destroy. Now, why is this broken? Is it too many ends? Can I just get rid of this altogether? Yeah, I could just put these two into different scripts, but I don't know why these two are conflicting with each other. What if I... How do I fix this? Indexing Ferraris, because I found out a statement. I get rid of div. It's fine. Like, if I get rid of this, it's fine. We're at the end. Because it was fine before, and then I added this. So, like, I get rid of this. It's fine. Now, why is this broken? Can I have two of these statements, like, right up next to each other? I can't say something about that. Just gotta fix anything. Expected to close due line. Expected to close due. Line 24. And Lord Swiss expected and got ELF. So it's expecting an N at line 31, 34. Okay. Expected and at line 31 got EOF. The fuck does EOF mean? They have set out for animals. I've had an extra N somewhere. But I fixed it then. I can write this end. Bro, I'll on Roblox step set deleting end. But if I delete that, I delete the end. Nothing happens. Could delete this, but then this starts airing out. But then the end here, this starts airing out. And says this has an end now. That idea. Let me cut through all this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Paste that. These are gonna both error out because they don't have an end. Like that at the end there. At the end there. Finish it. And genius. That there is an end. Expect the end. The close at line 22. Line 22. Expect the end to close this. But there is an end. And then there's some other random dude script. It's the module script. They're all module scripts. This one isn't. It doesn't have an end though. Um, this has scripts in it. Trained. Initiated scripts. This ends here. And then I doing with writing my script though. I'm try rewriting it. What's a vehicle script? So I'm just gonna get of this. And here's the here. Look at that. And that we just spray. Exists equals seven, 6. Two minutes. While I was looking, I can't stop. Wait. Two. And maybe because I got rid of this original end, it fucked up the script. If aesthetics equals 4 or 7 or 6. 10. And change it to 5. Then I need 5. Straw 5. I'll gain the workspace. Bob 5. True. 2. Friends. I had doing stuff. First, wait. 2. If Ferrari. Okay, so I think what I'm doing wrong, I guess I'm deleting the automatic ends Roblox puts in, and that's just sucking up the script. Yeah, that's just not gonna do that here, Lauren. If Ferrari goes to bed. I am a bit. Oh, even under bar class. South. Mm. I think that's everything. Just go rename this to loops. Go close this. And now test it. Lapis lucky, lapis lucky, lapis lucky, lapis lucky, lapis lucky, lapis lucky. Lapis lucky, lapis lucky, lapis lucky. Still ping. Switch. Yeah, values are lucky. I've got destroyed. But check this up in printing too, because Bob was in that workspace for quite some time. Yeah, well,
Using a
whatever. That's
while
well
loop, you
done.
need to increment your value or decrement it, or decrement it by making it go backwards, however you made your conditional to be. But what we need to do is once we finish our statements, we're going to drop a line and then we're going to increment the value. So we're going to say my while counter equals. We're going to take the value of my while counter itself. So my while counter plus 1. So basically we're taking the variable of my while counter and we're setting this equal to whatever the value of my while counter currently is, which is 1, and we're going to add 1 to it. So this is going to result in my while counter being equal to 2 instead of 1. And then it's going to go up until it reaches the condition where it's going to be equal to 5, and then that's when it knows that it can stop. So what I'm going to do is go into the game, hit play, and then what we should see in the output, well, actually, whatever the value of my while counter currently is, which is 1, and we're going to add 1 to it. So this is going to result in my while counter being equal to 2 instead of 1. And then it's going to go up until it reaches the condition where it's going to be equal to 5, and then that's when it knows that it can stop. So what I'm going to do is go into the game, hit play, and then what we should see in the output, well, actually, okay, so we still have the previous for loop. So I'm actually going to delete what we had here very quickly. So I'm going to delete this, go into the game and hit play. Then what we should see in the output is statement 1, 2, and 3 being printed out 5 different times in the output. And it basically is working as expected. So that is how we write a for loop inside of our script. I'm going to quickly hit Control Z.
So he needed that. So this one up here, it stops after it hit a certain parameter. But like, I don't understand what he did because now counter equals counter plus 1. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
In the output, well, actually, so basically we're taking the variable of my while counter and we're setting this equal to whatever the value of my while counter currently is, which is 1, and we're going to add 1 to it. So this is going to result in my while counter being equal to 2 instead of 1. And then it's going to go up until it reaches the condition where it's going to be equal to 5, and then that's when it knows that it can stop. So what I'm going to do is go into the game, hit play, And then what we should see in the output, well, actually, okay, so we still have the previous for loop. So I'm actually going to delete what we had here very quickly. So I'm going to delete
I
this,
didn't make
go
it
into the game and
so
hit
that
play. Then what we should
if
see in
I'm
the
doing
output
with the math
is
that
statement 1, 2,
random,
and 3 being printed out
I could
5
terminate
different times in
the
the output. And it basically
I could
is working
terminate the
as
loop.
expected. So that is how we write a for loop inside of our script. I'm going to quickly hit Control Z so that we can have our for loop back inside of a script so that you can see it, comparing the while statement. Now, there's a couple of things I want to show. Like, we can actually decrement our counter. So if we, let's say, started at 5 and then we wanted the goal to be going back to 1, and we make the increment value by -1, then it'll actually go backwards, but it's essentially going to do the same thing. So if I were to just delete this while statement right here and go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is 5 different print statements, again, addressing this for loop right over here, where we print statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, except this time it's going backwards. So it's starting at 5, then it's going to go down here, and then it's going to decrement it by -1. So then it's going going to be 4, and it's going to go down here. 3, go down here. 2, go down here, and then 1, go down here, and then finally it's going to stop the for loop. So you can make your loops go backwards as well, which is another important thing to know about. And you can basically do the same thing with while loops as well. You just need to be careful about like what your starting value is, what your ending value is, and also what your increment or decrement values are. What we can also do, so I'm just going to hit Control Z again to just go back and go with our previous loop that we had before. And this time what we can do is actually have a bigger incremental value. So let's say 2, and we were to, let's say, have a starting value of 2 and then have an end value of 6. So I'm just going to delete this while true do statement again, go down here, hit play. Then what should happen is this is printing out 3 times. So statement 1, 2, and 3, statement 1, 2, and 3, and then statement 1, 2, and 3. Because we start at 2, and then it's going to go down here, and then it's going to increment by 2, so it's going to be at 4, and then go down here, and then finally it's going to be at 6, go down here, and then you basically get the idea at this point. So this is how you can control criteria so that it's going to result in an indefinite while loop, and that's going to be really bad because it's actually going to crash your game if you attempt to do this. So I recommend not doing this. It's something that people get tripped up about all the time. So you just need to remember that if you're making a while loop, you need to increment your value or decrement it by the for loop. So it prints A 1 time, and then it prints B 5 times, and then it prints the second A, and then it prints B 5 times, and it's just going to keep going until we reach the endpoint. So this is another powerful way you can use loops. So I'm going to make this more simple by basically just making one print statement. Basically just saying, I don't know, A, like as a simple example. And then what I'm going to do is create a for loop inside of this for loop. So I'm going to say for my counter 2 equals 1 comma, let's say 5, and then 1 again, and then we're going to say do print B, just like this. Now what's going to happen here is we're going to start at 1 up here. So it's going to print A, and then it's going to go down here where it's going to print B 5 times before this counter gets incremented by 1 to then print our second A, and then it's going to print 5 more B's before it goes back up here. So if I were to go into the game and hit play, let me show you what this looks like in the output. So it prints A 1 time, and then it prints B 5 times, and then it prints the second A, and then it prints B 5 times, and it's just going to keep going until we reach the endpoint. So this is another powerful way you can use loops, is by using what's called nested loops, having a loop inside of another loop. So I definitely want you to be able to experiment with this once you use loops inside of your scripts. And that is basically how we are using loops inside of our scripts inside of Roblox Studio. Now, as for a final example, what I'm going to do is, let's say we want to use a for loop to change the color of this base plate. Then what we can do is first go back to our script. I'm actually going to delete everything that's inside of here. And what we're going to do first is make reference to our base plate. So we're going to say local baseplate equals game.workspace.baseplate like this. And then what we're going to do down here is make a for loop by saying for my counter equals 1 comma, let's do it 10 times, and then we're going to have an incremental value of 1, and then finally do. So what we're going to do here is basically change the base plate's color to a certain color. So we're going to say baseplate dot brick color equals, and what we're going to do is pick out a color from the brick color scroll wheel. So if we click on this, then what we can do is identify which color we want to have, and then we can basically just write down the color itself inside of our script. So let's say we want toothpaste. We need to match this name exactly as it is. So what we're going to do is select out of this, go back to our script, and then we're going to type in a brick color value. So you don't have to understand what this means, but just follow exactly what I do, and then we should be able to change our brick color. So we're going to say brick color dot new, open and close parentheses, and then we're going to put in whatever color it is we wanted to change this to, which is going to be toothpaste, just like that. And this is how we're going to be changing our color. Now, what we can do down here is we're going to drop a line, Now, here's the thing. When we're writing our for loops, or any loops in general, everything is going to be executed simultaneously without any weight to it. So, if we were to basically make multiple brick color changes, then we won't be able to see these changes because it's happening so quickly. So, what we actually need to do is pause our script for a specific period of time before we execute the next line of code. And this is what's called a wait statement that I'm going to show you what it looks like right here. So I'm going to drop a line, and what we're going to do is say task. So this is from Roblox's task library, and we're going to say dot wait, open and close parentheses, and then inside of here, we're going. Welcome back to my Roblox beginner scripting tutorial guide. My name is Braldev, and in this episode, we'll be talking about breaks and continues. Now, before we do, I want to go back to our loops scripts that we created in the last episode, because there was something I didn't mention about using task.wait statements for these for loops and also while loops and things like that. I forgot to mention that if we were to have multiple for loops, like one for loop after another, so not a nested loop, but a for loop or a while loop or any kind of loop that happens back to back. Like let's say we had another for loop by saying for I equals 1 comma 100 comma 1 do, and then we write a print statement here saying this is the second for loop like this. You might expect both of these for loops to run, but in actuality, if we go into the game and hit play, then it's not going to print our second for loop, and instead it's just going to go through the color changing scripts that we had in the previous loop. Now, why is this happening? Well, because when we're going through our first for loop, it's going to go through the first iteration and it's going to change the base plate's brick color. It's going to wait one, do this, wait one, do this, wait one, and then it's going to go back up here. But it's trying to wait until this for loop is finished before it goes down here to execute whatever it is that it's going to execute afterwards, which is why it's important for us to realize when we want to execute our for loops or our while loops, because the order matters when it comes to doing these sorts of things. Now, there are ways we can spontaneously run for loops at the same time, but that's going to be covered in a future episode in my advanced scripting tutorial guide. So you don't really have to worry about that too much. But that's just something
Oh,
I
so
wanted
that's
to
why it
add
was
on to
working.
that
Okay,
before
running
we
the
continued
loops
with what we're going to be talking about in
simultaneously.
today's episode. Okay,
Okay.
so now that we've covered that, let's go back to our loop script so we can talk about what breaks and continues are. So I'm going to delete basically everything that we have in the script up until this point. So I'm going to hit Control A and then hit backspace. And what I'm going to do is create another for loop. So I'm going to say let's make our incremental value, let's say I this time. So we're going to say for I equals 1 comma, let's make some really big number, like let's say 100,000 like this. And then we're going to have our incremental value as 1. Now, here's another thing I didn't mention in the last episode, and that is you actually don't need to have an incremental value if you know that it's going to be 1, because the incremental value is going to be 1 by default. So I'm actually just going to delete that because we're going to be incrementing it by 1. Unless you wanted it to be something different like 2 or 3, then yeah, this is the only time you would need to have the incremental value. But in this case, we don't need it. So we're going to say 1 comma 100,000 do, and then we're going to hit enter just like this. Now, if we were to run this for loop 100,000 times, it's pretty ridiculous with how much processing power is going to be needed in order to execute whatever is going to be inside of here. So if I were to make a print statement saying this statement is printed, just like this, then obviously we wouldn't really want to go through all 100,000 of these iterations, because at some point we may want to stop if a certain condition has met. Like if let's say we were in the 200th iteration, then we would probably want to stop it before it reaches the 100,000th iteration. So what we can do is actually write a conditional by saying if I is equal to, let's say, 200, then what we're going to do is use what's called break, just like this. So it's going to go down the loop by starting at 1, and then it's going to keep incrementing until I reaches 200. And once it does, it's literally going to stop the for loop by using this break statement. So if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see is this statement is printed 200 times, and it did not print 100,000 times like we were supposed to, because we made it stop at the 200 mark. And so this is very important. If certain conditions have been met for your for loop and you don't want the for loop or your while loop to run anymore, we can do the same thing with while loops. So if we were to delete this code right over here and write a while loop instead, so we're going to say Well, actually, we don't need to get rid of this. What we can do down here is just say our counter variable. So we're going to say local counter equals 1 comma, or no, sorry. So we're going to say local counter equals 1. So that's the value we're going to start at. And then what we're going to do is say while counter is less than or equal to some ridiculously big number, like let's say 1 million instead. We can do this number. So we're going to say do. So we're going to write our incremental statement because, as you know, a for loop does it for us, but a while loop doesn't. So we have to do it ourselves. We have to say counter equals counter plus 1, just like that. And that's going to happen at the very end of the while loop. So next thing we're going to do is check for a condition. If counter is equal to, let's say, 500, then what we're going to do is write a break right over here. Now, the first thing we're going to do is write our print statement by saying this while statement is printed just like this. And so now this is basically our while loop that does basically the same thing as this up here, except it's going to stop at 500 instead of 200. We can even confirm this by instead of 200. So now if we go into the game and hit play, then what we should see in the output is this statement is printed in the for loop 200 times, and this while statement is printed 500 times because that's when we decide to stop it. Now, that is essentially how we use breaks inside of a script, but there's another one we can use, and that is called continue. So what I'm going to do is delete these breaks that we had inside of our examples. And what I'm going to do for this for loop is basically say, if a certain condition is met, then we just want to skip this iteration. So basically what I mean is if we start at the very top here by saying, if I is equal to, let's say 10, then we're going to make a print statement by saying I is equal to 10, so skip this iteration, just like that. And then that's basically going to okay, and then what we're going to do is drop a line and then say the keyword continue like this. So what is happening with this for loop? So basically, if we start at 1, then it's going to check if I is equal to 10. If it's not, then it's just going to go down here and make the print statement. But if it does equal to 10, then it's going to basically use this continue keyword to skip this iteration so it doesn't make this print statement happen. So if we go into the game and hit
I'm gonna end the video here before I, you know, burn out and stop obtaining information. I'm gonna. I ended the video at 6:42. At that part 2, I'll pick up there. And date. That's not even a date, but damn, it's okay. But I will see you guys later. I don't know if I'm gonna make like a title or stream card for the second channel. It's not really a formal channel, as this channel's really gonna be a lot more